Good evening, and welcome to Thanksgiving week. Just two streams planned for this week. I just have two streams planned for this week. Where today we're just gonna do a little gaming stream, and then Wednesday we're gonna do some more Lego. I have a lot of Lego sets still in the build queue, so we got some nice Lego content through the end of the year. But I didn't feel it. Today I just wanted to do a little gaming stream. A few days ago, we tried out a Steam game called Fantasy Zoo, and we learned that the game has next to no content. And after playing the tutorial, we just did a short little stream to learn the game. I think today we can go in there and actually there's the game is small enough. I think we can build a zoo with all 17 animals pretty quickly. So that's what we're going to try and do today. This is probably going to be our last Fantasy Zoo stream on the channel because right now there's not a lot of content. Once we build a zoo with all 17 animals, there's not much else to do in the game beyond that. But we also learned that if you do a full research tree quickly, your money runs fast. So we're just going to research the helpers at first. We're going to build the 5 animals that are available up front at the beginning of the game, and then we'll start researching the animals one research tree at a time. And that should give us the money flow that we need in order to develop the zoo properly and not run out of money this time. So, and there's also mana. Some of the exhibits will require spells, so we'll also have to figure out how to juggle that because we didn't really do a lot with the mana feature on the last stream. We played with it a little bit when our last animal needed it, but today we'll figure out what mana is about. So let's go into the game and get started. We want a large map. Our basic terrain will be we're just gonna do a basic forest ground. We can adjust terrain as we need. We'll put the entrance of the zoo in the middle, the entrance portal in the middle of our zoo. No, I kind of do like having it in the corner. So we need to block out 17 exhibit areas to start. But we're not going to actually build the walls until we're setting up each exhibit. We'll probably create a section in the middle to we'll put in a section in the middle in order to do the tavern. Give me one moment. Okay, that's who that is. Okay, so we want to start with spa. We're gonna do the anything start. Yeah, which just says have at least one animal. That'll give us a choice of which of the 5 starting animals we want to use. So let's find our startings. Alright, there's our starting portal. So let's go ahead and build a path and enclose our first exhibit over here. I kind of want to do a white path for this zoo. We have now enclosed the portal in a section of path. Let's go ahead and zone out. Let's zone out our first exhibit over here in the corner. Let's not be wasteful. So here will be our first exhibit area here. And we will create a second exhibit over here on this side of the portal. There's few enough animals in this game that we can make the exhibits pretty large, I think. Alright, so we have our first two exhibits blocked out. This middle area, let's fill it with some terrain. And we'll use the let's see, what do I want to use? We'll fill in this with some special terrain later, but for right now, let's put in the tavern right here in the middle of our zoo. Let's block some pathing first here, and then we'll put the tavern right there inside that. And then we'll block in some more path here for the tavern. And then we will do an outhouse as well. We'll do an outhouse. And we will do some more pathing around that. And we will, let's see. There's where the walls. Alright, let's come into research real quick. And we'll get our workers. And this will allow us to do regular human workers. We have our first two exhibit plots set up. So let's go ahead and hire 2 human workers to start. And then let's build a fence. Let's decide which animal we're going to do first. We're going to start with our unicorn exhibit right here behind the tavern. So let's start building up a wall for the unicorn exhibit. So we have our unicorn exhibit wall. Now we gotta build the fence. And actually, I want to use the stronger walls. So let's redo that. Okay. Now we need to put some gates in. And now we need to put in our animal. And our zoo is officially a zoo now that we have an animal. So let's see what it needs. It needs environment. It looks like it lives in grass. Forest base, let's give it tall grass to live in. Okay. And guests are starting to arrive in the zoo now that we have an animal. Now it needs... we need to give it food and drink. And we need to give it a place to sleep. Okay. Alright, so we've given it a place to sleep. Let's give it some food and water. And wow, I have the sound up a little high. So alright, so our unicorn has food and water. Guests are starting to come to the zoo now. Let's give it some rocks and trees to make it happy. Big tree in the middle of the unicorn's exhibit. And some smaller scenery around. Okay, unicorn looks happy. Look at him, he's running around happily. Do we want to put any further decorations in? No, I don't think we need to. Yeah, I think his exhibit looks nice, and he's happy. Alright, we have our unicorn. And now let's come over here, and let's pick our second animal. For our second animal, let's do the Capricorn. We need to build a wall first. And some gates. Alright, we'll put a little trash disposable right in front of the park here. And let's go ahead and bring in our Capricorn. Wrong terrain. Okay, so we need to come back here and give it better terrain. So we've given it some wet grass. And now we need to give it some water to swim in as well, I think. A nice big water portion to swim in. We need to give it some food and water. Alright, so this one needs a pack mate, unlike the unicorn. So we'll bring in a second Capricorn here. That's nice. They spawned as different colors. That's pretty cool. We have a blue one and a white one. Pack size is still not a full meter. Alright, so we're good on pack size. Now we need some more sleep spots to accommodate. Okay, we need to give it some decorations. Okay, that should do it for Capricorn. It says they need toys, but there are no toys. You know what? The sound effects are inconsistent. Let's just turn them off. Okay. Let's block out 15 more exhibits now. And then we can just start adding the animals one by one. So, here's a nice, long, narrow exhibit. Alright, how do I get rid of that poorly placed path section? Okay, I think you just replace the path with terrain. That's how we fix that. Alright, there we go. We fixed the path issue. So now we need 14 more blocks. And now we need 13. And so now we need 12 more of these blocks. And now we need 11. No, actually, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've blocked out space for five more exhibits, so we need space for 10 more now. Nine more. So so let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plots of land. So we're gonna need 7 more. Six. Okay, I need 5 more plots of land. So we're at 4 more. So we're going to start from where the part of the zoo we're already building in and build outwards into these other sections as we move on, as we move forward. So if my calculations are correct, we need 3 more plots. And then we're just going to build a big plot here and cut it in half to make the last 2, I think. Alright, so we've zoned out 17 exhibits, or I should say 15. So now we have room for all the animals. And if I miscounted somewhere, we'll address that later. Meanwhile, let's come back to where the action is. And in preparation for bringing in these additional animals, let's get some more workers. Okay, so we're ready to move on to our third animal. We have a couple of workers now. We still have only 2 animals complete, so we'll leave the admissions where it is right now. Complete any new research. Let's do the animals that we have before we start bringing in new ones. So we'll build our spider exhibit next. Yeah, let's do the spiders next. Okay. And which terrain did it like? The dark tree. Okay. The jungle. Okay, let's get the jungle ground going in here. And let's bring in our first spider so we can see what else it needs. We need food, drink, and a place to sleep. So it wants meat, and it requires a nest. Looks like it's good on pack size, meaning we don't need to bring in any more friends for it. Did I forget one of the gates? Looks like I forgot one of the gates. Oh well. We'll fix that in a minute. Doesn't really matter. Gates is an aesthetic choice for the most part beyond the first one. So we have our third exhibit. It looks like it's pretty much there. And oh, we need rocks and trees. Lots of choices for this one. So it looks like environmentally. Okay, so it says it does want company. Okay. Then let's build a second nest for the spider. Which we'll put here. And we do need to bring in a second spider. So it says it's not quite satisfied with the food supply. And we need, it looks like, another section of rock or tree. Okay, we filled the environment bar. Let's just make sure. Okay, these guys need some more environment. Okay, and unicorn. Unicorn needs a little more environment as well. Okay. Let's bring in the next animal. We're going to do our slime exhibit over here. And slimes are going to require dark terrain. Okay. Let's bring in some gates. Okay, I don't know why I didn't build the wall all the way through there. Let's fix these wall portions here. Now let's finish placing gates. And let's get our slime. It eats meat. It needs to drink polluted water. Before I do that, let me just make sure that the other animals have given them exactly what they need. Okay, so the slime can sleep anywhere, and they need polluted water. So let's come here and give it a polluted pond right in the middle of its exhibit. Pack size suggests I need a second one. Okay, it needs to eat meat. So let's put in a couple meats around. It says they're okay with sleeping anywhere. Let's see if they actually do fall asleep. I'm not sure. We're not going to put this sleeping in just yet, but let's come here. We'll put in a couple dead trees. And some mushrooms. Environmentally, it's ready for them now. Let's see, is that slime? Looks like that slime is sleeping on the ground, so that's cool that not every animal is going to need a special sleeping area. So the slimes are done. Let's put in our giant rats now. And then we will have all 5 of the starting animals. And the rats also get that the graveyard terrain. Okay, that explains why we had gapping when setting up the other exhibit, because someone was walking through just at the moment when I built the fence. Okay, or I should say the wall. Let's get our terrain out. How does that look? I much rather like the other look. Okay, let's build our rats, and then we have an issue with guests clumping around the gates. So let's see if we can find a way to resolve that. So they're going to drink polluted water and meat. They do need a sleeping place. Oh, pack size says we need more. And then a couple sleeping spots. We want the polluted water for them. And some meats. And now we need to adjust the terrain. Some more spooky trees. So we have our rats now. Now let's come over here and see what we can do here. I don't think we need to speed things, but what does this even do? I don't even know what that does. No need to drain our mana if we don't know what it does. Okay. We've got 12 empty exhibits left. Let's go ahead and save here real quick. All right. Let's go do some research. And let's bring in the undead exhibit. Well, the undead creatures. The idea is with each of these 6 remaining researchers, each of them is going to bring in a few more creatures. And the more exhibits, the more people we'll get coming into our zoo. So we're going to build the little undead area back here. So we finished undead. Challenges are clear. Let's see, so now we've added skeletons and zombies to our available creatures. So let's go ahead and begin setting up the zombie area. Zombies do not require sleep spaces, it looks like. So yeah, it looks like all the Capricorns actually are blue. The reason one was white before is because we had it highlighted. So it looks like all the animal sprites of a particular animal are the same. We need to fix up its environment. It needs food, um, but doesn't need sleep. Does not require drink either. It looks like dark crystals can feed the zombies. Okay. We need to fix up its environment now. We can add some gravestones around. And some obelisks. Make this a big fancy graveyard. We'll add a couple spooky dead trees. Missing something from enclosure. What was that? It says we need miasma or something. Okay. Undead requires something called miasma, so let's toss that in. As long as that's active, they like their graveyard now, but it's draining my mana. Okay, we need to work on our mana battery section up here. We're going to create a mana battery in this back section of the zoo here where we don't have any exhibits. Okay, so the zombies are happy now. It said zombie failed to find food. Let's put one more of the dark crystals in on this end of the exhibit. Okay. And actually, let's take out everything and redo the scenery. Now that we have that crystal in place, we want to make sure we're doing an appropriate amount of scenery. Alright, now I can see the whole exhibit. And now I can come here and do a more appropriate amount of scenery. Couple dead trees. Some obelisks. And we will put a couple of the gravestones back. But not too many this time. And now let's come back and set up an exhibit for our skeletons, which I imagine will be pretty similar to the zombie exhibit. So, no sleep needed, no drinks. They eat dark magic. Okay, so the zombies actually do want meat. We have to take those dark crystals out and replace them with actual food. The crystals are for the skeletons, I guess. We'll have to replace these foods later. We don't have the right kind of meat for them, I don't think. But let's go ahead and begin setting up the skeletons. And we are starting to run low on money, so we need to slow down on exhibit building. Well, this is the last creature type we have access to until we do the next research. So let's build our skeleton exhibit, and then we'll work out money gain. We need more pack size. So this enclosure needs the miasma crystal again. Okay, we need food. Now these guys do eat from the dark crystals. And don't require a sleep spot, don't require water. So, let's begin decorating. More of the graveyard stuff. But you know what, let's give them a couple mushrooms as well. They're kind of exotic. Okay. Looks like the skeletons are going to be happy now. Alright. We need to take some time, recover some funds. Let's come look at the portal and see guest flow for a while. Looks like most of the animals are satisfied for right now. Let's raise our admission. We can't raise the admission any more than that. Okay, let's paint a little terrain here. Let's make this. Let's make a little ice plaza here, because we are going into winter soon. Yeah, that looks better. A little frozen lake to decorate the front of our zoo. Okay. So why aren't the people coming over to these other exhibits? Let's see what happens if I randomly move a random person over here. So it looks like for the most part, people are mostly just clumping around the unicorn and ignoring all the other stuff. Is there a pathing issue there? Is there a blockage maybe? If I start randomly moving people around. I'm breaking up this clump of people in the hopes that resolves the issue I'm having. That people just got stuck on the traffic. It looks like a few of the people are trying to move on their own now. So it looks like when you take someone off the clump of people, the first thing they do is walk straight towards the path, and then they get back on the path. But if I break up this clump of people, that may start solve the pathing issues we seem to have going on now. The good news is we're good on mana generation right now. You can see each time we move someone, we're using a little bit of mana that immediately regenerates in about a second. So we're doing good on mana supply. We're at 7 of 17 creatures now. So let's research the next group. With the flying creatures, we need to get the Crystal of Grounding. So that's going to start to use up our mana. That's going to start draining mana as well. So we'll place the Grounding Crystal first in the exhibit, and then we'll place the animal so we don't have any breakouts. They all seem to be coming back to that one spot of path. We need to find out which one of these people is the bugged one. Okay, so they seem to be coming to that spot and stopping. So there's something about that spot. Although some of those people are continuing to walk along now, but others are stopping, so... There's still this group of like 3 people who's like stuck there. If we can get the ones who are actually stuck to move out of the spot. Okay, so it looks like there might be a shadow person there. Let's zoom in and see what I can do here. So it looks like people just want to clump in that spot, but as long as they keep moving now. Okay. Yeah, and that clump is now all moving together. Alright. I think we resolved the pathing issues. At least for now. Let's begin the next research block. We're researching a group called Strong Animals now. Looking around, there are a few guests walking around back here at the back exhibits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 10 exhibits left. Okay. Maybe I underestimated how long we would need to build everything. We've been streaming in an hour. We have slightly less than half the animals, but we've only... all the rest require research, and we haven't really been doing money gain yet. Research finished. So we got one more animal. The tree ant. Okay. Food is sunlight, so we don't need to feed it. It does need water. And it has sleep anywhere. Okay. So we need to give it the forest. We want to build we want to fill in the exhibit with these, I think. Alright, let's figure out the best way to space these so that all the walls are covered. We're going to have to go a little bit in from the corners, I think, for a little bit of an overlapping area of effect. And now we need to go build some more mana battery. That should be enough mana batteries. Now let's bring in our terrain. And I don't think we're going to have enough money to finish this exhibit all the way. But let's see what it lets us build. Okay. The exhibit's ready to begin initializing the tree ant. We need 4,000 to buy it, though. So we don't need food. We do need drink. We don't need a sleeping space. So we need to wait and raise funds. Let's increase this. I didn't even realize he could do this, but let's increase the speed a little bit. That should help us raise funds. And then I'll slow the game back down when it's time to build. So here's our zoo so far. We're working on the tree ant exhibit now. Hopefully the more animals we get, the faster people will come in and resolve these issues we have with Alright, so there is money gain happening. That's a good thing. It's just happening a lot slower than I would like. Since we pre-drew the paths, I don't think we're going to have any more issues with clumping. I think that was an effect of we built that exhibit first. There wasn't anywhere for them to go, and then there was a bug when we added more paths. But I think now things should work out in terms of pathing. We do seem to be stuck on game day 2. It hasn't advanced from game day 2 yet. We've been here the whole game, basically, so... Yeah, that's another part that doesn't seem to be working quite right yet. Overall, money gain would be positive if we weren't building so fast. So I think we're doing good, actually. We're going to use this sped up to gain funds between building exhibits. And then we'll slow it down when we need to focus on building. We can't get our next animal, though, without the next research, so we're going to have to fundraise for a little while. Once we hit 4,000, we put the animal in, and then we still have to put terrain up in the exhibit. So yeah, that part of the wall is covered. Yeah, okay, so there's overlap in the coverage there. It does appear that wall is solid. Yeah, there's overlap in the coverage. My wall should be good. Should I build a second tavern back here? Yeah, I'll build a second tavern once we start filling in these exhibits to satisfy guest needs a little more efficiently, I guess. Maybe I'll just do a row of snack carts in the back here. We have the main tavern up front. So the ant needs water, so let's go ahead and put one of those in. Almost time to put him in. Alright, let's take the game back to regular speed. Because all it takes is one more sail and we can put our tree ant in. I've been calling it an ant. That's Lord of the Rings' name. In this game, it's called a tree ant. They're basically the same thing. Pack says I need to get a second one. We don't need a sleep spot, so... What we need to do then is we need to bring in some rocks and terrain. Oh, it's trying to escape. Let's fix the broken fence. It needs more environmental stuff. Why is it attacking if it's mostly happy? not being sensitive. We're not going to use that particular decoration. Okay, we need to keep putting in some plants. Okay, it looks like he sleeps standing up, because it says he's sleeping. Oh, he's wandering already. Okay. Alright. He wants a pack friend. We need to get in a second tree ant. Let's start speeding up to raise funds again. Maybe my theory was wrong. We're having a pathing blockage at the unicorn again. So yeah, we can't do anything until we can bring in a friend for the tree ant. And then we'll start the next research so we can gradually start building up the next exhibit. Okay, what happened to my other zombies? I had 3 zombies. What happened to them? Food, large meat. Do we not have a large meat option? No, I gave them the large meat option. Okay, then. Do we still have 3 Capricorns? Yes, we still have 3 Capricorns. We still have both slimes. According to this, we still have both spiders. Yeah, the other one's in the nest. So, what happened to our zombies then? Looks like they killed each other. Okay, we need to bring in 2 more zombies. At least zombies are cheap. So yeah, zombies fight with each other. That's what the problem was. You know, let's bring in some extra zombies. That'll last for a while before they pick themselves off enough and have to replenish. Okay. That's what it was. The zombies killed each other. So now we need to wait for the money for the tree ant so that we can give this guy a friend. At least we do need to fix a little bit of wall there, it looks like. It looks like he only damaged one wall segment while we were dealing with the zombies. He's patiently waiting for a friend. And guess what? We still have 9 animals left to do after this. This is taking longer so far than I thought it would, but still, that's pretty cool. So we'll have a 3-hour stream instead of a 2-hour stream. So what? It just means we get to savor the process of building the zoo a little bit longer than we would otherwise. We need to save up 4,000 for the next tree ant, and then we're going to start in with building some flying exhibits. So that's the next research. We have flying, or we can bring in the desert next, actually, and then we'll bring in the flying. But the desert, it looks like it might actually have some flying animals in it, so we'll research desert and flying, and that'll give us 4 more animals to work with. And then there will only be 5 animals left in the game. Unless, did I miscount? We had 5 to begin with, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, it is 17. Okay. It is 17 animals. If I did miscount, we'll add another one, though. There's plenty of space to add a new one if I miscounted. Look how much space the zoo has that's not going to get used because there's not enough animals. Alright, let's watch our graveyard animals for a little bit. Our little army of zombies is doing well. We have our skeletons just hobbling around there. Our rats are good, our slimes are good. Over here, the spiders are good. We want to have the tree ant happy before we move in the next research. Each of the flying exhibits will require a crystal of grounding in order to prevent the animals from escaping, though. So we'll probably need to expand our little mana battery over here. And actually, if we do a storage crystal, that will... Well, we can't afford that right now, but that will improve the maximum. That's really something that comes into play only during building time, though. The only two times we get money is when people come into the zoo, when we get new guests paying admission, and then when they go into the tavern to snack. That's basically what we're waiting on. So we have 8 of our 17 exhibits so far at about an hour and a half in. And it's about time to finish this 8th exhibit. And then we will begin deciding what we want to do next. I think we're going to go flying and then desert. I want to get access to the grounding crystal. Hopefully, adding more animals will make it faster, people coming in. So it says. Alright, let's drop him in now. Alright, where did the first treant go? Frozen in ice. How does that happen? How did the treant become frozen in ice? Great, now we just got rid of... Now we got rid of the first treant. Because I didn't know how to fix him. Okay, that means we gotta wait for us and save money for the second one now. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with our treants, but now it says that the environment is not good again. Weird. We have a wall section to fix, it looks like. And that just refilled the environment. So that just said, hey, broken exhibit. That's why we didn't have a exhibit suitability meter. That's why it was empty. Because the wall was broken. Okay. So now we know if the wall breaks, we need to fix it for the animal to actually count its environment. It keeps breaking the wall because it's looking for a friend. Alright, is there a way to see how many workers we have? I don't know. Worker stats. We have 4 workers. I hired 7 workers. Okay, so I think that's how the tree ant got frozen. It's because the workers were trying to keep it in. Okay. Alright. 5 should be enough to cover 8 exhibits. Did you see that? It said that one worker was going to work on corpse. So the tree ant must have killed that worker. Now. It's just idling. Okay. Okay, we've resecured the exhibit for now. We've almost got the money we need to bring in the other tree ant. Alright, almost time. No. That's a misplaced wall. Okay, at least he's sleeping now. It looks like he sleeps standing up. That's cool. Alright, come on. We need a couple more guests, and then we'll be able to solve his issue. Now they should be okay. Now the tree ants should be okay. Looks like they found each other, and we can move on with fixing things now. Once we fix this wall here. Okay, the tree ants are happy. They found each other. I don't think we're going to have any more issues with them busting down the wall. Let us proceed with the game now. We need to start the next research. We're going to bring in the flying and the desert. Let's just see. So yeah, every time we hit 100, it's going to tick 1 on the research until the research is done. We could be sitting here for a little while. Animal happiness is at 99 though, so we're doing good taking care of the actual animals. There's only 7 enclosures listed, which means one of the enclosures is broken. The tree ants again. Why am I not surprised? Alright, I'm missing 2 of my gates. What happened to my gates? Oh man. Wow, okay, so we have guest needs that are not being met. We need to put some benches in, I guess. Okay, it looks like... Shoot, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? We're down to 1 zombie again. Alright. We're gonna cut the research for a little bit. We have work to do to fix things around here. We need to periodically replenish the zombies in order for that exhibit to stay solid, I think. Okay, so we need to add some benches. Let's see, where can I put these that won't be in the way? I didn't zone any other rest areas. Okay. These benches are going to be in the way and block the paths, aren't they? Okay. We'll put a couple meaningless ones up front, I guess. We'll build the next exhibit here in the back, in this back quarter here. That way we can build a second tavern here and fill more guest needs. Yeah, we'll put a second tavern here with an outhouse next to it. And you know what? We can also put one here next to our mana battery. And I'll also put one here at the edge of our zoning. Did I put that? Yeah, I put that too far. Shoot, okay. Okay. Let's make sure we're actually putting it where the guests will be able to reach it. There we go. And this one also set right up against the path. Yes, that one's also set right up against the path, I do believe. Yeah. That one's good to go, and this one's good to go now as well. Obviously, the way we do things, we do a path around the tavern, so we'll save for the second tavern. And maybe we'll gain more guests if I cut the admission fee a little bit. Let's see what happens if I set the admission fee there. That was not supposed to happen. There, we fixed that issue. How's our guests doing now? And we have clumping at the unicorns again. He just moved a couple people, and looks like the rest of them started to move on their own accord, so... Looks like people naturally look for a path, and then they stay on the path once they find one. Except for the workers. They'll take the most efficient route to wherever they need to go. Why are the tree ants frozen in ice? Both of them are frozen in ice. Is that a seasonal thing? Alright, let's find a worker. Will he do anything about the tree ants being frozen? Oh, that's a guest. Okay. Hey, sorry, I didn't even see your chat. I'm sorry. Are you still having sound issues? Sometimes when I'm in the game, I don't always see the chat right away. I'm sorry. Alright, now, where is my zoo? We have this big, huge map and not enough content to fill it. Alright, we found our way back home. I still don't know why the tree ants are nice, but we can't worry about that right now. Let's bring in our second tavern. Okay, why isn't it letting me... There's a bug. There's definitely a bug here. Not a bug, we fixed the issue. I just had vision turned off for buildings. A feature that's useful for moving around and seeing what you're doing, but not when you're actually trying to place those buildings. Okay. Well, we got there. We fixed that issue, at least. So many other issues in the zoo still need to be fixed, though. Let's turn the research back on. We're going to research both things before we continue on with our game. I still don't know how they became frozen. Unless it's a seasonal thing they do. Obviously, the zombie will need more attention too. We'll refill the zombies before we research desert, I guess. Slowly but surely, we are progressing the researches. We doubled our guest count when we slashed those prices. And guest happiness came up a little bit as well. But animal happiness is falling because of the zombies and the frozen tree ants. Tell you what we're going to do, because I don't know how they froze. We are going to eliminate the tree ants, I think. Okay, I'm not sure why these guys are frozen. But there's nothing we can do about that right now. At least they're safely back in their exhibit. How's our research coming along? It's progressing very slowly. Okay. I'm gonna let money gain for a bit. Meanwhile, I'm gonna come over here to Google real quick and see if I can find anything about this game. Probably not, because it's not a well-known game. Alright. Yeah. We're going on 2 hours and we only have half the animals. I'd say there's a lot more content than I thought there was. Um, how's the research coming? You know what? Yeah. There's not much more development we can do until we have the next research. So, yeah, we're just gonna sit. We're gonna take a little break while this game idles, and I'm gonna have a little. I'm gonna mute the microphone and have a little snack while I wait for the flying research and the desert research to finish. Snack time. And I'll pan the camera around a little bit so you can watch the exhibits in the meantime, because there's nothing else to do right now. Well, it turns out Google is useless for this game. So now that I've had my fill of popcorn, I'm gonna take some quick Reese's, and then I guess the tree ants are frozen permanently, at least for the duration of the rest of this run. The flying research is almost done. Then we can get the desert research started. And then we're going to take a break from researching because we'll have access to 5 more animals at that point. Guest satisfaction still isn't that good, but at least we're getting guests now. I'm just having a Reese's king size while we wait for the flying to finish. Okay, flying's just about done, and we'll go right into the desert research once flying finishes. And once we have both, then we'll start building stuff again. We'll need a crystal of grounding in every flying exhibit. That much I know. So flying will give us the griffin, the pegasus, and the harpy, and this very important grounding crystal here. Let's research the desert, which will also give us access to the Sphinx and the Chimera. Alright, that's going to take a while. I'm going to see what I can find out, see if I can find out about these tree ants. There's another Fantasy Zoo game. Oh, it's not released yet. It's just a demo. I'll wait till that game releases. Ah, yeah, no information on the tree ants. Okay then, how's the research going? It's going, but we're barely starting. We're gonna have to idle a bit more. Alright, sorry there's not much going on in the game right now. We're waiting for the research. There's literally nothing else I can do until the research is done. So I'm gonna, while I wait for that to happen, I'm just checking out other things that I need to get done. Not related to the game, because we're in the waiting period in the game. Okay. So yeah, we're just waiting right now. And then once the desert research finishes, we'll be able to build a bunch of stuff slowly, of course, because we're slow on money right now. And hopefully having more animals will improve our guest flow. Alright. Pardon the silence, there's really not much to talk about when we're not progressing the game. I do see there's going to be options for raiding out at the end, though. That's a good thing. We had that problem last time. Okay, how's our research progress going? Okay, we're almost halfway with the desert research. First thing we're going to do, once that comes back up, is we're going to restock the zombies so that the one zombie has a... Yeah, we'll restock a few zombies because they're going to kill each other as we try to make progress anyway, so... Excuse me. Alright, so you've been sitting on that Capricorns long enough. Let's see here. Unicorn still as happy as when we first put him there 2 hours ago. The tree ants are still frozen. I don't know what to do about that. I wish there was something we could just put into the zombie enclosure. So that they would hit that instead of being mad about not having other zombies there, but... I don't know what to do about... I don't know what to do about these tree ants. Alright, let's try and find a worker. Put them in the pen and see if that solves the ice issue. Hmm. That path in front of the unicorns is busted again, it looks like. Alright, we got roadblock again that we need to resolve. I don't know what it is about this one little section of path that everyone just clumps together on it and stops moving. But it looks like we're starting to break up the clumps and they're starting to move on their own again. Okay. Let's find a worker and put them in the trance and hope they do something. I don't know why the game isn't letting us give the workers assignments, but it's not, so. How's research? Okay, we're almost done with desert. The last two researchers are going to wait till later. We need to start we need to continue with the development of the zoo now. So once desert finishes, we're going to go ahead, we're going to build the 5 more animal exhibits, and then we'll research again. Yeah, not too much longer before we can start progressing again. That'll be good. So there's the Pegasus, our Harpy, our Griffin. And pretty soon we'll have the desert creatures as well. This big exhibit in the back here, that's going to be for the final animal because it's so big. You'll see what we'll be putting in there at the end. But before we do new animals, we gotta fix up the zombies. And we'll add another worker onto the payroll as well. Here's our little money-making area. New guests and tavern snacks. I should have stuck with it the other night. Knowing how the game draws out the little bit of content it does have. Although apparently the developer is working on more animals, and this isn't a full release game yet. This is still something of a demo. But I like what I see so far. It's just not a lot of content. We'll probably be finishing up our last exhibits probably around the well, we're at the 2.5 hour mark now. We just idled for the past hour waiting for researches, though. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, each time we have 100 gold, the research ticks one pixel. And we got to do the thing again, apparently. The unicorn must think I'm crazy putting random guests into its enclosure. I don't know why they keep stopping right there. We got our desert research done, so we'll be doing new exhibits soon. We just want to raise a little bit of money for some new zombies first. Oh, so you can remove a whole clump at once. Okay, then. Good to know that. Alright. Could have sworn I had 2 spiders. Yeah, one's in the nest. Okay, that just raised our animal happiness by a bunch. That's good. Now, let's see. Which animal do we want to do next? I actually want to do our Chimera next. So we need to start putting up a desert setup here. So 3,800 is what we need to raise in order to build the fence. The crystal grounding will prevent flying animals from flying. So that's prevent them from escaping. So we're going to need to do that. Meanwhile, we need to make 2 desert enclosures here. So we need 1785 for the first block of terrain, and then 1610 for the second. How many workers do I have? 5. Let's bring in a 6th. Let's upgrade our tavern staff. Yeah, we actually just increased the tavern profit by a little bit by making those adjustments. We're good now. So we'll build the 2 desert creatures, and then we'll go back and build the 3 flying creatures, and then we'll save up for the last 4 exhibits. I actually want to put the desert in these 2 sections over here, I think. So to build the other desert section, we need how much? 1955 we're raising for the other bit of desert. We can never have too many zombies, because they're gonna start killing each other in a bit anyway. So we're saving 1955 to place the other sand, and once we do that, we will move on with the next exhibit. I want to place the terrain first, and then we'll go on with the actual builds. Let's come back here and watch the entrance area a little more. See our incoming guests. With our zoo rating increased, I think now is a safe time to raise our admission fee. I think now the people might actually keep coming. Yeah, things are happening now. Slowly, money is gaining back, and we'll be able to continue development with our 2 desert creatures and our 3 flying creatures. That unicorn is still frolicking around. It looks like only zombies and tree ants have death things going on. Zombies are good for a while, it looks like. Alright, let's get ready to place our other desert section. How much does it cost to fill in the terrain here? 2025, okay. Okay, so we'll make this one the Chimera exhibit. To build our fence, how much must we raise? 3,600. We'll be sitting here for a little while, I guess. I forgot we could speed it up, but we have a lot of money to raise, so we're gonna build the Chimera, then the Sphinx, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, yeah, hopefully they will eventually release enough animals to fill in all this rest of the map. But can you imagine what the research tree would look like at that point in the game's development? Wow, it's almost midnight already. Well, I'm having fun now. I'm just gonna let this be a marathon stream. And I thought this was gonna be a quick stream, but I guess I was wrong. But hey, it's a holiday week, so I can allow a marathon stream. I'm not tired yet. How's the zombies? We still have a lot of them. We still have 7 of them. Guess happiness is down again. Yeah, we're losing guests with the higher admission price. Let's go back. It looks like the tree ants are actually bringing the rest of the tree ants are bringing the rest of the ratings down. So let's see if I can't just get rid of them for now. Alright. The tree ants won't be hitting against ratings anymore, I don't think. So now let's go ahead and set up the Chimera. Hopefully they'll add more of the fantasy ocean creatures in later updates, because we've only got one so far with the Capricorn. Alright, Chimera. Large meat. It does need water. And it doesn't need a special sleeping place. And it wants a second one. And environment. Ruins. Oh yeah, we want to do the ruins. I think it'd be cool to put some ruins up. Okay, Chimera exhibit looks pretty much done. That was quick. Alright. For this Sphinx enclosure, how much do I need for that now? And by doing the desert stuff over here, that'll begin increasing traffic flow to the second tavern. 4,200 for the fence on the Sphinxes. So yeah, once we're building, things move relatively quickly. It's the waiting for the researchers and waiting for the big parts of the build, the terrain and the walls, that we have a little bit of the waiting game to play. But zoo rating's gonna keep going up the more animals we add, so we're gonna build the 3 flying animals before we go into the next research. And each of the remaining researchers will give us 2 of the last 4 animals. put the basilisk there. All right, let's begin setting up the Sphinx exhibit now. We need 600 for our gates. All right, how's our zombie situation? Only one. We've only got one zombie left. That was quick. Once they started falling. Here's another round of zombies. That should keep them going for a while. Let's come over here and figure out the needs of the Sphinx. 1,500. Well, that's expensive. So it needs meat, but no drink. It doesn't need a sleeping space. The chimeras are happy. So yeah, no water, no sleeping. We just have to put in meat and decorations. Okay, that's good to know. So it doesn't need any. It doesn't need any more. It says that the pack size is okay here, so I'm not going to worry about that at this time. We'll give it some meat. Okay. Shoot, okay. This is not good. It's in breakout mode. So I know what I need to do here. I need to build some more of those strength stones here. Let's just see. That full wall is covered. There is one wall panel that's not protected on this side. This one looks like it's got full coverage. And here on this side we've got full coverage. Now let's rebuild the broken wall and bring the Sphinx home. And now we need to fix his environment some more. Okay, so this says it's a good exhibit. Alright. Sphinx wants company. Alright, so we do have to add a second. Alright, they're happier now. Maybe they won't try and break out anymore. How's the zombies? We'll add a couple more zombies while we're thinking about it. Looks like the Sphinxes are going to take care of each other now. I think we'll be fine. Alright. Let's work on the harpies now. So now if we come here to the animals, the harpies, Pegasi, griffins all require this terrain type. The alpine type. Wow, that's a steep one. So we need 7,820 to fill our first terrain, I think. No, I'm looking at the wrong things here. We need 3,910. I was looking at the wrong terrain there. Yeah, our sphinxes are doing fine. They will take care of each other. So we're gonna work in this block right here. As soon as we have well, that's not the block I initially chose. Let me recalculate. 3,910 for this one as well. Yeah, we have that bugged up bit of path again. And how much will fence be for this section? 4,000 even. Okay. Guess happiness is really going up now. That's a good thing. Animal happiness is top level as well. You can never have too many zombies. They're gonna once they start killing each other, that's gonna back us up again. So we want to make sure there's always a lot of zombies in there. So we're saving up 4,000 for the next bit of fence, so we can start the next exhibit, which will be the 11th, and then we'll only have 6 more animals to do after that. Yeah, now that there's 2 Sphinx, they're not trying to break out. Let's just learn about the harpy real quick. It'll eat meat. It'll eat meat. It does need water. Um, and it doesn't need sleep. Okay, so the harpy shouldn't be too hard to manage. And how much each harpy is 500. The game the game did the auto scroll thing again. Let's get back to the zoo. We really don't need to run pathing this far out. We're gonna run the path only as far as the batteries go. Okay, let's get ready to build the fence. I know I left a big gap here. There's an animal that I'm specifically reserving that exhibit for. We have placed the fence. It looks like in case we need protection, we do have a little protection on that one side. But I don't think we need protection, extra protection for this animal. And we need to ground this exhibit. So no animal that lives in this enclosure can fly once I place this crystal. Mana upkeep is minus 2450. I have 2500 in mana sources. That means the next crystal I place is gonna put us into mana drain mode. We need to expand our battery. Oh, it's 1,000. Okay. I'd rather make sure that we're not gonna drain out our mana, so what did that say? Yeah. Mana's good. We need 500 so we can place our harpy and begin getting this exhibit up to specs. Ooh, we're lagging a bit. Let me close a background app. Alright, that fixed things. Now let's find our way back to the zoo. Alright, here we go. Harpy. So it needs food and water, but it doesn't need a place to sleep. It needs friends. Okay, so we need to get a few more harpies into here. And we need decor. Alright, so we have a nice little harpy exhibit now. It looks like they're happy. Why is the Sphinx frozen now? Shoot, okay. We're going to take out the Sphinxes as well. So the tree ants and the Sphinxes become frozen. That is not good. We'll have to figure them out later. Meanwhile, we need more terrain. We're going to do our Pegasus exhibit next. 3,570 for the terrain. How much for the fence? 3,800. And we need a grounding crystal in this enclosure. It's not going to do anything till the enclosure is built, but. And we're also going to need one over here in this section. And you know what? I'll go ahead and place them everywhere else I need them. So we're going to place a few more of these crystals. That way we can charge up the battery and make sure everything is running smoothly. So we have the Pegasi, the Griffins. I'll need one over here. And we are draining mana, which means I need another mana battery. We need to raise up 1,000 so I can restore the mana battery. And I need one more of the grounding crystals. Maybe two, but one animal I'm not sure about till we get it, so. Okay. Looks like we're down to one zombie again. So, we need to bring in some more zombies again. Okay, I need one more grounding crystal. Alright, so I need one more battery. And then that should do it for the batteries, I think. We should be good to finish the zoo on mana with this last piece of the battery. Okay, now we can start building in some enclosures here, starting here for the Pegasus. We're going to need how much? 3,800, it looks like. How are the zombies doing? Let's add 2 more zombies. Three and a half hours. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more exhibits to build. Although 2 of the exhibits right now have had their animals removed for maintenance reasons. Let's see, yeah. Guest happiness is getting up there. Animal happiness is up there. Zoo rating can only go up from here, right? Wow, we're 3.5 hours in. This is already double the length of time I thought the stream would take. And we still have 6 exhibits to build. Maybe they got frozen by the staff. In which case, for those animals, we do want to upgrade the fences, I believe. Let's just see. For those 2 exhibits, I might do a stronger wall. But we'll worry about that after we finish everything else. Pegasus exhibit is ready for animal placement. Let's learn about what we're doing. Cost 1,000, eats hay, needs water, it needs a sleep spot. Zombies are still healthy right now. Pack size dictates we need another one. So let's come in here and put in 2 sleep spots. We'll put in some water. And we will put in some food. And we need some environment. But let's put in the second animal first, then we'll put in the environment. Alright, terrain. Okay, Pegasus exhibit is done. Now let's work on the Griffin exhibit. They need the same terrain. Okay, so 4,600 for this exhibit. And let's learn about them while we wait. Strength 9, so alright, so they want water, meat, they need a sleeping spot. After this, we will rebuild the Treant and Sphinx exhibits with the stronger wall and replace them. And then hopefully Money Gain will be fast enough to offset the last 2 researches. There he is. Okay. Okay, fence time. How much do we need for this fence? 4,300. So we gotta wait a bit for the fence. How's the zombies? Several of them got killed, so we need to bring in some more zombies. Now we can save up for the fence for the Griffin exhibit. And then we've still got 4 exhibits left to do. It's too bad there's no way to actually let the flying creatures fly in this game without escaping. It would be cool if there was like a force field crystal, which would project a dome around the exhibit so they can fly, but they can't go beyond the fence. That would be really cool, but grounding it is, because that doesn't exist in this game. So we'll need meat, water, and resting spots for this one. And it'll cost 1,000 each once we're placing it. But we need to get the fence up first. Now this really is turning into a marathon stream. We're going to hit the 4-hour mark soon. And we still have, after the current exhibit, we have to rebuild 2 exhibits, and then we have to research for 4 more. So, yeah, this is going to turn into a marathon stream. Hopefully restoring the tree ants and the sphinxes, though, will allow guests to come in fast enough that we can really get things going here. And be more efficient with people coming in. Let's just see. Okay, we're just waiting for to raise the money for the fence, and then we can begin setting up the griffins. I have a feeling we'll need to add more strength crystals for the final couple of exhibits, though. Which means we'll need to expand the battery again. Alright. Just about time to start setting this up now. Of course, people had to be standing in the way while I was building that. Now, griffins, it says, are aggressive, so we want to have some things in place for them before we even place them. So let's come over here and get some food into the place. Let's get some water. Let's assume that they're going to want two. We have a griffin. And yeah, it's looks like it needs a friend. Okay, it needs environmentals now. Okay, looks like the griffins are done and ready now. Now let's work on fixing the sphinxes. To replace with a stronger wall. 10,080. Yeah, let's rethink the plan to redo those two exhibits at this time. Let's continue our researches. Or now that those exhibits are theoretically ready, let's drop the animals back in and see what happens. So 3,000 for two sphinx, and then it'll be 8,000 for two tree ants. And hopefully the staff won't freeze them this time. Let's wait till we have the 3,000. How's the zombies? We can always add a couple more. If we cut fee again, we'll raise our ratings even more. And maybe bring guests in even faster. Yeah, that just jumped our guest count significantly. The sphinxes have been restored. Hopefully the sphinxes will stay around this time. Money gain does seem to be happening a lot more efficiently now that we changed the price. We're getting a lot more guests than we were getting before. Let's watch the sphinxes for a while and make sure they're not getting into any trouble. So right now the goal is 8,000. So we can get 2 tree ants. And then we need to proceed with research after that. I'm okay going a little bit later. We scrolled out of the zoo again. Sorry about that. Anytime I go into another tab to check something, this game thinks I'm outside of the window and starts scrolling wacky again. There we go. We're back. We were watching the portal to see the arriving guests. The path is stuck again, obviously. Alright, yeah, so it looks like we're getting a lot of guests in quickly now. We need more zombies again. Okay, if it's happy, why did it try to attack the wall? Did that guest just look at it funny or something? Oh well. Alright. Time for the big guys over here. Okay, we can begin research again. This should give us the basilisk and the cockatrice. The cockatrice is flying. It looks like the basilisk is not. So I actually need to build one more crystal. With our faster money gain now, it looks like this research is going to be fairly more efficient than the other research was. So yeah, I'll need to add one more grounding crystal once the research is done. Okay, worker, come clean up that dead person. I thought I put 2 treants in. Where's the second one? Did they kill each other? Alright, the treant's too risky to have right now. I'm gonna take him out. Alright, so we finished the research. So we can, we should have basilisk and cockatrice now. The sphinxes are continuing to be problematic. How's the zombies? Starting to get low again, I see. Alright, so we need one more crystal. let's see, for the basilisk. It needs rock. We need to give it some desert sand. This one will need 3,910. And the Sphinx escaped, so it's problematic to have the Sphinxes right now. We'll have to redo those two exhibits at the end, I think. For right now, let's focus on getting the basilisk up. And the fence. How much for the fence? 4,000. Okay. We just passed the 4-hour mark of stream. We have 2 exhibits to build, then 2 more to rebuild, and then 1 more research. That'll give us 2 more, the last 2 exhibits. But money gain is efficient now. Let's do these 2 exhibits, then we'll go back to the research. And then we'll do the rebuilding on the 2 and the building of the last 2. Oops, I just broke a fence of a good exhibit. There we go, we fixed it. I need to be able to see what I'm doing to put the wall up. Okay, so we have a place for the basilisk now. Let's try and get it in. So it needs water and a sleeping rock. So we need to give it some food. And a place to rest. Alright, the basilisk exhibit looks like it's done. Let's go ahead and start thinking about the cockatrice. So, small meat, 500 each, drinks water, needs a sleeping spot. Jungle, alright. And what's the strength level on this guy? Not too terrible. We should be able to manage. What was that? 2,800 to fill in, to put up his walls. It needs a place to burrow, I see. Okay. Let's see if this did the trick. Okay. Social, that means we're going to need at least 2 of these. So we do need to put in water and it's a sleeping spot. Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, I think we're ready. We need to bring in food, right? Let's bring them in. We need environment. Okay, I think we're good here on the exhibit. Looks like we've satisfied the needs for the cockatrice. Animal happiness is pretty high. Pretty high. That's a good thing. Let's add a couple more workers. And now let's do some. Let's check the zombies. We're down to 1. Wow, okay. Zombie time. Alright, that should last a little while. Let's get the last research going. Now if we turn the view off to other, we can see a better view of our animals. Well, I don't know why those 2 trees don't go when you turn off other. That one place where the path was blocked before is still problematic. So research is progressing nicely. Let's get a worker over here to clean up the slimes. Let's see if I can get them to clean up the slimes here. Now they just walked away from it. I guess the worker has to be assigned to it. I'm not sure. Okay, research is progressing nicely. We'll be done with the research soon. We'll build the Phoenix exhibit, and then we'll look at increasing strength on the Sphinx and the tree ant, and then we'll bring in the final dragon exhibit. Animal happiness is down. What's wrong here? We have too many zombies right now, but why is the Capricorn enclosure bad? Too much poop. Alright, where's my staff? We need to bring in more workers, obviously. We can't while the research is on. If we increase our worker count, then we should be able to take care of this the issue of dirty enclosures, shall I say. Capricorn slimes, rats. Why are the zombies unfulfilled? Oh yeah, we're definitely going to need we're definitely going to need a lot more workers to support this level of animals. Luckily, research is almost done. Let's double our workers. I think that should help us get these exhibits clean. Yeah, the research is almost done. Then we can bring in more workers, get the zoo cleaned up, and then our rating should increase again. Us here. Alright, the area where we had the path blockage before seems to be running better now. Alright, so we finished um, the last research. Now let's hire a few more workers. As soon as I have the funds to do so. Okay, so I've doubled my staff. I'm not sure why they're not cleaning the place up. Okay, let's begin researching the Phoenix exhibit while the workers try and clean this place up. Looks like the workers have some kind of pathing issues going on. How's the zombies? We need more zombies. That we need to do more zombies. But before we do that, let's start getting the phoenixes ready. They eat vegetables and water. They're social, so we need 2 of them. Not aggressive. And they need a soft sleep. Okay, so we need volcanic terrain. So this terrain will cost me 6,440. So yeah, we have management issues. Our workers are still failing to clean this place up. And it's not letting me assign workers to do things like other Tycoon games do. So we're going to build the Phoenix exhibit. They're not aggressive, so I should be able to just set and forget like with the other animals. And then we're going to address the 3 exhibits that require strength. Although we're going to set terrain for the dragons before we do that. So 6,400 did it say for the basilisk, for the Phoenix terrain. And for the fence, it will be 3,700. So we have to wait a little bit longer for that as well. It looks like some workers are getting the cleanup assignments, but for like a couple things at a time. They're not getting whole enclosures. Weird. Okay. Let's see. How much did we need? 3,700. Now we need to put in the gates. Thank you for joining us. I'm actually going to be heading out soon myself. We're so close to the completion of the available content. If you want to see the dragon, it'll be on my YouTube in a couple days. Meanwhile, for the rest of you people still watching, let's finish these last 4 exhibits up. We'll do the Phoenix, and then we'll have to do a strength adjustment on the remaining 3 exhibits. Let's see, it needs social, so we need 2 of them, so I need to raise 2,000 for the animals themselves. I need vegetables, water, and soft sleep. Okay, I see what's happening. The cockatrice and the basilisk turn our guests to stone, and then my staff has to come along and unfreeze them. Interesting. So it'll be cool when they bring Medusas into the game, because I know that the systems are in place to handle that now. We need to bring in the second Phoenix, and then we can do environment. Okay, they're environmentally set. The Phoenix exhibit is complete and ready. How much do I need to fill this area with volcanic terrain? For this area, we need 11,880. Alright. And then we need to work on strength. So we're saving up 12,000 for the terrain. But hey, look at all this we've done tonight so far. The zombie needs to have, the zombies need to be refilled again. It looks like the cleanup is in fact happening slowly. So it looks like the workers are starting to make progress with the cleanup. Alright. The zombies should last for a while now. So Capricorn, Slime, Rat, and Griffin still need more attention. But animal happiness should start to come back up now. we're about to hit the 5 hour mark on stream. There's no way I would have predicted tonight's stream would be this long if you had asked me before, but here we are. We're so close to completing content though, so okay. Holy jeez, the harpy exhibit is dirty. Hopefully this will unstick the workers and they'll be able to start getting this thing cleaned up again. They're all working back towards the zoo now. Hopefully they'll get to work and do what they're supposed to do. Meanwhile, I'm going to add 4 more workers as well. We now have 20 workers, and that should be enough to have this place running relatively smoothly. I can definitely see the workers are working in the harpy exhibit. I'm not sure. The workers have bad AI in this game. That much has become obvious. Right now we're saving up 12,000 gold for a terrain upgrade for where the dragons are going to go. Then we're going to rebuild the Sphinx exhibit, the tree ant exhibit, and then we're going to finish with building the dragon exhibit. So it looks like each worker is being randomly assigned to clean up one piece of dirt at a time or do one little task at a time. I wish it would just tell a worker to go. There was a way to tell a worker to go into this exhibit and clean the whole thing up, but it's not doing that. It's giving each worker one little piece to do at a time, which is totally inefficient and why these exhibits keep getting dirtier and dirtier. And the workers walk through exhibits to get to where they want to go. So they may as well stop and clean something up on their way, but they're just ignoring what's not on their itinerary. And there's no way to tell them what to do. The workers are frustrating in this game. Almost time for the terrain upgrade. Then we can do the wall upgrades one exhibit at a time. Okay. How much do I need to upgrade the wall? Alright, to upgrade the wall here, we need 10,000. Or I can just do little bits of the wall at a time. Let's replace all the gates on the two existing exhibits, and then we can go through and replace wall bits until we have everything ready to go. And we're going to need to put 4 more strength stones. Let's put 4 more strength zones around the where the dragons are going to go as well, while we're in a rebuilding process. Alright, so what we're doing first is we're replacing all the gates on the 2 exhibits, and then we're going to put up some strength stones around where the dragons are going to go. We're going to make sure that the mana is powered once those stones are up, and then we are going to start replacing the fences, and then we're going to place the final couple of animals. Wow, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. But we're so close to being done. We're gonna keep going. We just passed the 5 hour mark of stream. But really, 5 hours is the mark of a short game. So, really good games will keep you running for hours and hours and hours. If you can complete all the content in 5.5 hours, yeah, well, then the game is short. That's short for a game. But this game definitely has a lot of forward potential. Before we can put the animals back, we also have to upgrade the walls in these two exhibits. While we're doing gates, let's see if it'll let me place gates around the where the dragons are going to go, even though there's no walls there. That's one less step we'll have to do later. And then we'll have to build 12 stretches of wall 3 times. Meanwhile, we'll let our workers catch up on cleaning things up while we're building all this infrastructure for the 3 tough animals. Yeah, no, we can't place the gates until we have walls up. So let's come here and get our crystals going. We need one more crystal. It looks like we're down to 1 zombie again, so we need some more zombies. My flying creatures are a concern right now because our mana is in a state of disruption right now, so we gotta make sure we gotta make sure we get our mana battery back up as quickly as possible. Okay. One more mana battery should do the trick. Alright, man is running smoothly again. Let's make sure that none of the flyers escaped. 3 harpies. I see 2 griffins in there. 2 cockatrices. 2 phoenixes. I only see 1 Pegasus. Where's the other Pegasus? Oh, we only had 1 Pegasus? I thought we had 2 of them. Alright, we need to bring in the second Pegasus back then. Let's just check these numbers. Unicorn, we only had 1. Capricorn, 3. 2 spiders, 2 slimes, 3 rats. We need more zombies again. 2 skeletons, 2 chimera, 3 harpy, 2 pegasus, 2 griffin, basilisk. We only had 1 basilisk, okay. 2 cockatrice, 2 phoenix. So those all look correct then. Let's bring views back so we can... Yeah, our exhibits are still dirty, but I don't know what to do about them at this point because the worker AI sucks in this game. Alright, let's start putting in wall sections. So the first section of wall is going to be 2,640. Yeah, let's just go into passive wait for money mode right now because the last 3 exhibits are going to be expensive to set up. So let's do passive wait for money. Okay. I hope these workers start actually trying to get stuff done. Because the workers are being told by the AI to do one thing at a time, I think our best case scenario at this point is to just spam the park with workers even more than we already have. You'd think this would be a good enough amount of workers to get the job done, but clearly they're not. we need to start you have to build the wall in order to get the gate up. Okay. So for this side, 2,640, okay. We have another clumping going on, it looks like. I don't know what they're looking at. I haven't built anything here yet. It's a construction space right now. So we're in a period of rebuilding all the walls, and then we will pre-place what the dragon's like, and then we will put in the animals themselves. Okay, so these sides of the wall are going to be 3,240 each. But let's start rebuilding this wall actually. And then we'll come in for the long wall there. Hopefully by the time we get all these walls put up, the uh, the workers will figure out a way to get this place cleaned up. Animal happiness is shrinking. Wow. Shoot. Okay. This is not good. One, two, three, four, five. We're about to put up the 6 of 12 wall fragments on this exhibit. We'll go redo the walls on the other exhibit. We'll come back and finish setting up the dragon's walls. And then we also have to set up what the dragon likes inside. Okay. We're almost done upgrading the walls for the Sphinx exhibit. We also have to upgrade the walls for the tree ant exhibit. But I think we're going to put stuff into where the dragons are going to go and start getting that ready. I want things to go pretty quick once we want to go start putting the animals in. Money is flowing a bit right now, which is a good thing. So let's see what the dragon will need when we're ready to place it. Alright, it needs large meat. Doesn't need drink. It needs a gold pile to sleep on. Doesn't say anything about social. I think we can get by with just one for these. We need 10,000 for a gold pile? Wow. Okay. Obviously, we're gonna have to wait a little bit to save up for that. I wish there was a way to assign workers to exhibits. Zoo rating continues to fall. Animal happiness continues to fall. It looks like we lost our last zombie. Alright, let's save up for the gold pile. No, we still have zombies going on. There they are. They had disappeared from the list for some reason. Wow. Workers, get on it, please. There's no... What the... Looks like the meat sources in the Griffin enclosure disappeared somehow. Okay, so I can actually clean these up myself. Okay, then. I'm trying to do this carefully so I don't take out any of my scenery. Good to know I can clean up the dirt myself. I'm not going to be able to do it perfectly because there's too much stuff in the way, but hopefully this will mean that there's less for the workers to do. Okay, it's still quite dirty over here. I wonder if I turn off area. I could click the individual piles of dirt and not run the risk of accidentally deleting something important that shouldn't be deleted. Okay. Good to know. Alright. We've done some cleanup. Animal happiness is growing. We need to place the pile of gold in a moment. Animal happiness is coming back up. Okay, they're waiting for the workers to refill their food and water. Please, workers, do that. Same deal with the rats, who are also waiting. Okay. We need to redo the walls here. Okay, once we finish rebuilding this wall, we have to finish the other wall, and then we can finally put in the last few animals and call it a night. If they make more content for this game, add more animals, I might revisit the zoo later. There are efficiency problems that need to be resolved in the zoo um, before we can really start expanding again, but we'll get there. The dragon will need some terrain adjustments that I can't do till after we place him. But let's add to the army of workers first, once we finish placing these fences. We need about 6,000, no, 8,000 to finish the fencing on that last exhibit. Okay, fencing is done over here. Let's bring in some more workers. Hopefully by spamming some more workers, we'll be able to resolve the maintenance issues in this park. Or at least start to get them under control. How are the enclosures inaccessible? I have gates like everywhere. 5 more workers should do it. Then we need to finish this wall and get our animals in. Well, we're pretty soon going to hit the 6 hour mark of stream. That's pretty interesting. So I need 3 more workers for now. Wow, this stream is even longer than that Lego Jazz Quartet, which I said, hey, the stream is too long. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, now we need to save up and finish the walls. Meanwhile, let's check coverage. There is some gapping going on. Shoot. Okay. want to make sure that there's a network here. We should have full coverage, but we need to build another battery. Alright, let's work on getting the next wall section up. Alright, another 3,000 for the last piece of the wall, 2,000 more for the gates, and then we can place the last couple animals. Animal happiness is still low. I can't keep restocking the zombies. Well, I can once I run out of animals new to add. But yeah, the having to constantly add new zombies is a drain on our resources. Yeah, anytime I switch over to my other screen, the game just randomly scrolls for some reason. Whatever. We need to get one more side of wall up. And then we need to place the gates. And then we can get our last couple animals. Now we need to place 4 gates. one more gate and we can save up for the animals. We need 3,000 to restore the sphinxes, 4,000 to place our singular dragon, and 8,000 to bring in both tree ants. Now that we have the wall complete, yeah, there's no breaches in the coverage. The effect doesn't stack in the areas of overlap. It's just one bonus per wall unit. So we'll bring back the two Sphinx, and then we'll bring in the dragon, and then we'll go over to the other end of the zoo and bring in the tree ants. And then we'll be done. For tonight, at least. If they release new content, we'll be back to develop the zoo some more. But at this point, we have everything there is to get in the game for right now, so... Animal happiness is beginning to rebound. Maybe spamming workers was what we needed to do. Guest happiness is low, however. Alright, we have our two Sphinx restored. I'm gonna crunch on a couple pretzels while we wait for our dragon. Zoo rating rebounded a bit when I put the Sphinxes back in. That's cool. Animal happiness is beginning to rebound as well. Maybe the workers are finally motivated to actually start doing their jobs properly. Only the rats have enclosures in sorry states at this point. Although we need to monitor the situation to make sure it doesn't develop back into what it was before. Alright, we're ready to place the dragon. And the dragon needs some environmental adjustments, but it doesn't need socialization or anything like that. So, let's come over here. We'll place a couple of these. Dragon seems to be happy for now. Hopefully he doesn't become problematic later. Now we need to save up 8,000 so we can buy the 2 tree ants, and then we can end stream. But I'd say we did a very successful zoo tonight. Yeah, Phoenix, Pegasus, tree ants are going to go back here. And then over here we have the unicorn, our very first animal. Over there we have the Capricorns, the spiders here, the slimes, giant rats, zombies, who's down to 1 survivor again, skeletons. Over here we have Chimera, Basilisk, the Harpies, Sphinx, the Dragon, Griffins, Pegasus here, the Phoenix, the Cockatrice, and of course we're about to restore the tree ants in a couple minutes. And then we're done. It's 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm going to have to go. Although if I can hold out like 5-10 more minutes, some of the a couple of the European musicians who come on will be on shortly. So yeah, I may hold out. I may wait a bit after bringing the tree ants back, just to see if the zoo returns to a smooth operation, if I've got enough workers or whatever. Animal happiness is slipping a bit again. Not sure what's going on there. Dragon looks good for now. The Chimera, the Sphinxes look good for now. Workers, go refill the spider's foods, please. The rats have a dirty enclosure, but I can't see anything down there. The rats are dragging us down, I guess. Alright, it's just about time to bring in our 2 tree ants and call it in, and we'll be calling it a night shortly. And I'm not going to wait around for those 2 European streamers. I'm just going to raid. I guess I'll raid John Lee again because he's still on. So, our zoo is done for now until they release more animals. Let's call it a night. And I'll raid John Lee real quick. Alright, that took way longer than I was expecting. It turned out to be a 6-hour stream. But we have all 17 of the animals in the Steam game Fantasy Zoo. Have a good night, and I will see you soon.